The sick runner can't even get out a sentence, apparently. My goodness. The sick runner returns. Alright, now, I have to destroy Mr. Red really quick here. So, you're fine, first of all. I understand exactly what it's like to be biased in favor of a game. I know that's shocking to hear that I might be biased in favor of a game, but I get you. I thought that used the item in question. Here, let's try that out, Black Malcolm. So, let's see here. Oh, nope, you're right. That just gets rid of it. Nice. Thank you. So I spent pretty much all the time during my lunch break processing, thinking, eating, laying down, closing my eyes, thinking some more. Here's my thoughts. First of all, I'm going to expand on the previous things. I am going to go ahead and give 2 additional positives and 3 additional negatives. And there's other stuff I'm still debating. So let's just put that up to 7 and 6 respectively. So let me try to talk this out a little bit here. And please bear with me. Like I said, I'm sick. I've got cotton in the brain. It's hard for me to even breathe right now because my nose is completely clogged. Yeah, let's get some noise going while I do this. Let's switch. There, go ahead. Ahem. Shut up. There. What this feel? Let's give the generic thing. What this feels most like to me so far is someone who wanted to make an RPG in the Doom engine. Um, and in that respect, it's actually working pretty well. I do think there are limitations of the engine that are holding it back. They're all small, but they're all there, and they're all just kind of little irritations. Like, the range on which you can interact with something is probably one of the most consistent but weird little irritations that the game has for me. Well, you want to put it towards multiple, Savacom? Well, first of all, thank you, Savacom, very much. I will jot that down for the DOS Mega Man games. Maybe. What's your backup? Because I'm not even sure I can get those streamable. Especially since there's a eye cancer mode for the DOS Mega Man games. I'm not joking. Anyways, while she answers that, I feel like the narrative it's telling is actually surprisingly engaging. It's probably one of the things that's catching me the most. The enemy variety is admittedly a little bit lacking. I was actually processing and thinking about it, and so far I'd say we've encountered a grand total of 2 different types of enemy varieties in terms of how they're structured and how they're designed. Obviously, we're really early in the game, and I don't want to judge that too harshly. I will say the enemy placement has actually been quite good. There's been very clear and careful thought about who goes where and why with regards to making areas or arenas interesting. But it doesn't have what I can only refer to as the Doom polish when it comes to those key and critical elements of an FPS. Encounter design, to put it simply. I talk about this so much when it comes to FPSs. I've talked about this recently when it came to Ion Fury, and of course Doom 64, which was a game that just kind of nailed a lot of the Doom standards of quality. But having said all that, I sat and tried to process some of the game and was replaying some of the levels in my head. And obviously I think you're right, Black Malkin. Obviously I have some issues with certain areas, and I've had certain issues with certain areas. But when I really sat and processed what was bothering me, other than the fact that I was just having trouble thinking straight, it was almost entirely down to 2 things. There's an insistence upon trying to make an area that looks cool, so good visual design, in other words, from a storytelling perspective, that doesn't quite work from a game design perspective. Like, there's elements and aspects of several rooms I could point to where I feel like they look cool, but it actually gets in the way of actually progressing through the room, which leads me immediately to my actual and by far biggest complaint I have about the game so far, which might actually blossom into multiple negatives depending on how we think about this, and that is the fact that the platforming in this sucks. Now, I'm sorry for sounding so harsh about that, because I do want to make it clear that, you know, this is actually a much better game than it is not. This is definitely going to be a net positive game, unless it somehow starts torpedoing towards the end. But the way that jumping works in this engine kind of sucks, and the way that the level terrain and level design is designed to try and encourage regular and frequent platforming is not great. The other big negative I have, the other big complaint, yeah, it's Doom. It's Doom platforming, right? It's not even really the game's fault. It's Doom platforming. But the other big complaint I have is a lack of indicative of interactables. Now, there are some indicators, just to prove that I'm actually paying attention. For example, when you have the mecha doors, the thing in the middle is lit up, so you can tell that that's a door you can interact with. Or when you've got a door like the one right in front of me there, the filigree, the inlay, is a little bit brighter when it's a door that you can actually interact with. But there's several other things, mostly quest items or objects, or like puzzle buttons you're supposed to hit, where there's not really a lot of indicator that you can interact with it, or can't interact with it, or have already interacted with it. There's not enough feedback, is what I usually call that, visual feedback, to indicate this is a thing, this can be a thing, this is no longer a thing. The three states, right? Now, having said all of that, I do think... Sorry, I got all tabbed to double-check my notes here. I do think that it is doing several things quite well. Ironically, the gun that I am most impressed with so far is the one I've been using the least, and that's the one I have equipped right now, which is the shotgun. Shotgun plus flamethrower is kind of awesome, and I'm actually rather amused by that. The guns so far have been good, you know, single positive good. I will also say that the very nature of something like this thing right here sounds awesome. Being able to essentially put down a field of dye is a very useful trait for something like this. And I'm down for that, right? Like, this is something I hope to play around with a little bit more to try out. This is interesting because it's literally a ricochet rocket launcher. So I've been a little bit hesitant to use it considering how low on health I've been consistently. But this has been good. This has been good. The axe is surprisingly good. There's decent damage behind the axe. It's only really limited by range, so I'm not sure what to think about that one. And when I say range, let me try to explain this. I'm sure someone smarter than me can explain this, but it feels like as it does this, it's actually doing damage per frame or something like that. Because if I get right up on someone and swing, they're dead. But if I'm back here and only do like a single swipe or whatever, they're not. They don't take as much damage. So I'm feeling like there's some additional damage as the axe is passing through. I'm not sure of the specifics. This is just going off of observation here. But either way, guns are good. Guns are good. Visuals are good, like I said, in terms of storytelling. I haven't thought of any negatives to story so far. I love the fact that the plot is progressing ahead of us, which is a great way to do cutscenes in a game that can't do cutscenes. I guess that's actually it for right now. I just wanted to kind of talk out a lot of my thoughts and try to prove that I'm actually doing my job and paying attention to the game in question as I am trying to figure out what's going on. Savicom, you didn't give me a backup. Savicom. Thank you, Jesse's Mask, very much. As always, I will put that towards the Guardians of the Galaxy game, I assume, because there are two right now, I think. Dealer's choice, you got it. Done. Let's see. Did she actually say that? Oh, she did right after there. Right after there. Silly me. Not noticing. Alright, now that Mr. Red's gone, I can crap on all over this game. We'll do the Mechanicus test in a minute here, and then we'll do the Morrowind twist. But for now, we've got some music that's about to play. Oh, but I want to talk about one more thing really quick here. I was talking about the platforming. So off camera, you may have noticed I actually did this. I just hit this button. And I just wanted to play around with it, having a little bit more of an idea of what I was doing. And this is actually a pretty decent tutorial level right here, right? We got this, an enemy pops out, it drops your next upgrade. You've got 2 health items, which get you right back up to max. You've got a thing right there which explains how running works. If you've got running jumps, you go through an area. A couple more items, an ammo refill, if you happen to need it. A couple of relatively easy enemies, which fall before you very quickly, but give you an idea of how spawning works. We figure out how to interact with people. Cool, you know, all this is cool, then we progress over here. And my point is, this is actually pretty well designed for the most part, right up until here. The moment I have to start platforming. And the first thing that happened when I was trying to do this last time is I fell off right there. Then, I entered this room and fell off immediately. And getting back up in here is just kind of a pain because these things actually have collision, which I didn't realize until about 20 minutes ago. And this is making my point right here in a nutshell. The overall level design is good, except when it includes platforming, and I could say the same about most of the levels we've been through thus far. And don't worry, the in-game music is playing, as I can now prove, because it's playing right now. Oh. And we've fallen off. That's okay. We can make this work. We got this. We got this. That's interesting. There was a game I was trying to think of the name of, and of course I can't. No, turret, you were my only friend. I accept death. There was a game I was trying to think of the name of, and I can't think of what it was. It's a game that technically had platforming, but it was platforming that was essentially designed for someone who's played these kind of games before. You know what I mean? Like, it was not very clear how to platform unless you've played these games before and understand the mechanics and physics of how platforming works in these games. And I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Ion Fury, because we did play that relatively recently, so that's kind of in my mind. No swimming! Honestly, I don't think I could do this, but, you know, whatever. Yeah. Well, you're crazy, Plutonia. No offense or nothing. Let's do this. This. Here. Oh no, I planned to Black Malkin, but I wanted to get rid of those yahoos first. Which I have no. Come on. That should be working. Oh god, Plutonia, that was insane. But I don't think it'll be clipped in. There we go. I was gonna say, are they just immune? But no, they're just taking a minute. I mean, they've got health. Okay. I was talking about itemization. One of the things they haven't done so far is use itemization for anything other than recovery. If you remember Doom 64, which had excellent itemization, they would use items to indicate or to encourage, right? Go check out this particular corner of the map, and what do you find but several items? Maybe there's a line of stuff that indicates where you could go. You know, it's the Mario coin thing. I forget what that's actually properly called in game design, but it's something I tend to enjoy whenever it's done. In fact, we've actually given several platformers, specifically pluses, for when they do that with coins or bananas or whatever. And again, this came up during Doom 64, because Doom 64 did that. I also noticed most of the enemies don't actually seem to have drops, with the big exception of the cultists. The dogs. Yep, the dogs dropped some shotgun ammo. I thought so. And yeah, the cultists dropped machine gun ammo. I'm not complaining, it's just an interesting choice. Given how semi-frequent it is to have a concept of kill, to kill. I'm curious why it was designed that way, that's all. But like I said, itemization is good, just I've seen better. I think the turret's dead. Meanwhile, Yaku Kudahi, excuse me, is trying to kill me over there. Listen, you don't gotta try to kill me, I swear. I can do that plenty fine on my own. I like the music. I don't know how to get across my mentality. I feel like I'm sounding too negative, so let me be clear about this. This is definitely a net positive game. I'm just trying to point out the things that aren't positive. Does that make any sense? I hope that makes some kind of sense. You know, are those subs still coming through? I can't even tell. So, I want to test something real quick. I thought I saw something earlier. Was it over here? No, it was the other side. It was the other side. So this is what I mean by good... this is actually guidance and flow of exploration right here in a nutshell. See that glow? Yeah. So you can see that glow from over here, and it caught my eye earlier. That's guidance and flow of exploration. If anybody ever wonders what I mean by that, if anybody ever wonders why I say that, something like that, it's, hey, something designed to draw your attention in a specific array, for good, bad, or in between. Something that I consider to be critical in most game design, but most especially Metroids, or Metroidvanias. There we go. Didn't go up straight. A lot of elven runes. Gotta have a lot of elven runes. Very important. If you don't have elven runes, you don't have anyone to blame all your problems on when the ancient evil gets released. does not sound livable to me, no. Because when you say including the water, I assume you mean no really style, like the ocean is frozen, which, okay, that was funny. Because if the ocean is frozen, what that means is that it was cold enough to freeze the full volume and depth of the ocean, which is insanity. That would mean that a human being walking out and about would have the blood freeze in their veins, for example. So, livable? Sure, as long as you don't have a physical form that has any reliance upon heat. Come on. I think it's done. Thank you, Yara Kurahi. Thank you very, 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 very much. I am ever appreciative. Those are all going towards Kakarot, if I saw that correctly. Give me one moment. Okay, I was gonna say, this sounds a lot like Unreal Tournament to me, to be honest. But that's also the only soundtrack of that particular thing that I actually paid a lot of attention to. Alright, so... no, Triaxia. Because Stanley Parable is good, whereas the Magic Circle was total garbage. Any questions? I'm joking, but in all honesty, I stand by my statement. No, I didn't get a similar vibe at all. Because that was different in pretty much every single way. I don't know how else to phrase that. Okay. Gotta get some air going on here. Let's kill some people. It's okay, they're demon cultists. Demon cultists don't legally count as people, so we can kill them freely. This is a good example of what I was talking about. You see that handle? See the difference? So there are some indicators of what you can interact with. The rest of this is purely cosmetic. I will admit that's not very good at a glance, but it is there. And, you know, so that's not a negative. You want to run up on the wall going, yeah, constantly. Nobody wants to do that. Right. Anyways, let's see. Questions. I think Larry had a question in queue. Nope, I'm wrong. It was a question about Larian Studios, not Larian the person. What makes sense for society having a hard time pulling a space age based on how destructive previous wars pulled? I don't understand the usage of the word pulled, but if I understand your question, you're asking if it makes sense if a species has trouble getting to space because of, you know, damage. To which I say, real-life Earth. So yeah, probably. Got it. Vine keys, apparently. Have to remember this spot. This was okay. Thanks, sorry. Believe it or not, his name's actually just Gray because my niece's nomenclature patterns are similar to mine own. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just hit G to throw a grenade out there. Grenades aren't even in this game. Finish dying, finish dying. Yeah. I don't trax you. I know it's on the Switch. That's about all I know. It's a video game that's short. That's why it got funded so quickly. Let's see. Speaking of questions, if Talion hadn't turned evil, how developed do you think the Orcs and Mordor would have been under his role? Well, it depends on how much control he actually maintained over them. That being said, I think he could turn them into a pretty, you know, Gondor-esque society. Give it a chance. But of course, he would never have that chance because that's not how that works. But you know, I get the point of the what if. Big-a-boo, big-boo. See you. I agree with that guy. I feel like I actually already answered that question, Rose. But my answer to you hasn't changed. I think it's because it was more problematic long-term. King Sombra's war was the people united against an external threat. A war they probably were going to win, let's just be honest about that. Nightmare Moon had already won. There was no resistance. The bad guy won. The end. And yeah, never mind what would happen to various aspects of the world, or if the Wendigos would end up coming back, or any other number of things that could have happened as a result of Nightmare Moon just reigning supreme. Hang on. South, the Great Stuff. What is South? I know. The other map probably has a South. Let's see here. Nero's isn't here. Latario isn't here. Who's shooting me? Trying to answer some questions here. God. Well, we kind of already cleared out the entrance here, so... Oh, and by the way, there is actually one last MLP video going live, for those wondering. Hello! I don't want to waste this ammo on that bundle. We're going to use this ammo on that bundle. Hi! Remember, if you follow demons, are you a demon cultist? This could be your fate if you are a demon cultist. That used to be Jimmy. Jimmy got a C in his geology test, and he decided the only path for him was demon culture. Don't be like Jimmy. Study your geology tests. Exactly, Jimmy. That's the last one. And I decided after some thought I'm going to go and let that go live next week. Have that be the true final wrap-up. Oh god, I don't know. They were all really good. Anything by Tabitha St. Germain probably qualifies. Like, just any of it. I have no idea, Trihexia, although the streamations are done for MLP. If we do any future streamations, those are future streamations, which will be counted separate and distinct from what we've already done, so... Okay, so I think we've swept pretty thoroughly here. Over there. Let's expand our sweeping radius a little bit here. I don't know off the top of my head. The website's up to date. That's my answer to that. Excuse me! Let's see. Luca's not here. DJT's not here. Gumgum's... Wait, Gumgum's here! But I already answered that question. Baron is not here anymore. Yeah, there's been several situations where it seems very clear I'm supposed to stealth. And I've decided to go Berserker Rage because it's much more interesting. Oh, DJT is here. DJT asked, is it something about humans in most fantasy settings that allow them to crossbreed, or are writers just lazy? Writers are just lazy. Now, that being said, there are occasional efforts in some settings to try and make crossbreeding make sense in lore. But it's something that most writers don't even want to deal with, and I don't blame them, because I don't want to deal with it either. Because you have to start thinking about some things that you probably don't want to think about. I don't mean just sex. Oh no, sex. No, I mean talking about, like, okay, so how does the exact biology of reproduction work for species X? You know? And this is where this comes out. Interesting, right? There. Huh. So for the most part, I don't want to say writers lazy, because that is actually being a little bit dismissive. It's just that most writers deliberately choose not to think about that. Having said that, Lore Reloaded and I actually had a rather extensive conversation during our, I want to say 3 weeks ago, about the Trek Rewrite project and crossbreeding, because it's kind of important for Star Trek. It's honestly important for any setting where there's a large number of species who all coexist and interact with each other and are sentient and sapient and blah, 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 blah. So, we had to decide. And I think Savicon was actually present for some of this discussion, or at least tangentially aware of it. Hello. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Aw, I'm out of fuel. I'm all sad now. I was burning people alive. It was brilliant. I'm just gonna make them poisoned to death. Anyways, because, like, for example, in Star Trek, there are multiple crossbreeds in lore. Now, only some of them really matter. Spock, however, is kind of a major character. So, you know, we kind of had to think about that one. B'Elanna Torres over on Voyager is another example. And actually, there's not that many other examples. There's Zial over on Deep Space Nine, and Deanna Troi is one of them. And I feel like there was like 5 others we came up with total. There's not actually a large list, believe it or not. But most of those characters are at least somewhat significant, so we had to think that out early. Because there's always the backup option of just saying, no, there's no crossbreeds at all, which just gets rid of them being crossbreeds. There we go. Boom. Done. Oh yeah, technically there's Alexander's mother, whose name I can't even remember right now because I am just that stupid, and then, by definition, Alexander himself. But nobody cares about Alexander, and frankly, we're not even sure he's going to exist, so that's neither here nor there. If we lost Alexander, nobody would care. And yet, Vulcans and Romulans isn't really a huge issue. Naomi Wildman does not need to be a crossbreed. Once again, if you were to remove that, nobody would even notice. It's like, and no offense, Savik, it's like if, or sorry, no offense, Savik Khan, it's like if we removed Savik's multiracial thing. If we just ejected it, nobody would notice. But it is something you have to think about. Like, okay, how do we deal with this? Seven is not a crossbreed in the traditional sense. She does qualify for the fish out of water, or the, you know, the typical I don't belong thing, which Spock did start. So that's it. That's a good question, Dream Whisperer. You know, a lot of people assume that, but the answer to that is no. That is something that a lot of people assume. That's a lot of headcanon. But does that actually, you know, canonically indicate why different species across bagrillions of years of evolution and distribution and everything, no, it doesn't work that way in any way, shape, or form. It is more or less literally the equivalent of saying that a spider now can crossbreed with a human now for the amount of genetic similarities we have to each other. Now, you could just say that, you know, you could just say screw it. But again, that wasn't. That's neither here nor there. It's irrelevant. The point is, Star Trek, as with most fiction, has decided to not address the issue, but we hold ourselves to a higher standard than that. Shots fired. So, you know, we had to actually decide where we were going with that. If you're wondering, and this is just writing advice for anybody out there. Okay, got it, Dr. Wood. I was about to say, thank you. No spoilers for something, especially something that literally came out today, Lunaru. Klingon, Ross. There's three broad options that you have when it comes to species reproduction and cross-reproduction when it comes to fiction. Option number one is just, you know, everyone can do it. Cool. Don't even really need to explain it necessarily, just everyone can. The end. Cool. Option number two, nobody can. There's no crossbreeding whatsoever, because they're different species. Yeah, no, that tracks. And this is actually the option we were most strongly considering when it came to Star Trek. That's a good idea, Dream Whisperer. In other words, just make it so that Spock's a Vulcan. Make it so that B'Elanna's... Make it so that B'Elanna's a Klingon, etc., etc. Just remove the crossbreed thing and just be done with it. I was actually most in favor of that option, by the way. But I was voted down. And I do adhere to the will of the council, so to speak. So, and option three is to try and make it really case-specific. In other words, to try to make it so that, you know, these specific species can crossbreed with help, right? That kind of situation. In Star Trek, that would be technology. In a setting like this one, it would be magic. You get the idea. On the way out, take a left. Okay. All of them, Dr. Winter, just all of them. It's a really small map for some reason. Oh, that's weird, but okay. Okay. I think Mr. Red's lying to me, but that's okay. I forgive him. By the way, if it's not obvious from the way I just phrased that sentence, since I was voted down, the option we're going with is a little bit of a combination of option 1 and option 3. So any species can interbreed with any other species within reason in the Trek rewrite. The caveat there is it's dangerous. Like, actually, you know, life-threateningly dangerous. There are many complications, and even with technology... So the idea is that it's possible, but only with advanced technology and or luck. And luck and or technology just pushes it into possible range, as opposed to being impossible. Sense make? So yes, Lita and Rom could reproduce if they were careful. And they used technology. And there's still a chance that she would die in the process. Or the baby would die in the process. Now, how relevant this is going to be is debatable. So, for example, Spock might still be part human, just because for some reason a lot of people insist that that needs to be a thing, which I disagree with, by the way. Damn it. Go away. Go away. But several of them are probably not going to be crossbreeds, just because it would make more sense if they were adopted. We're going to pull this into a bit of a culture thing. Several interstellar capable species are going to have a thing where adoption of, someone else's children or whatever is actually going to be considered a more feasible, humane, civilized, whatever word you want to use there, answer than just trying and rolling the dice and possibly getting your mate killed in the process. And that, by the way, if you're paying attention, yes, that means there will be an automatic stigma against anybody who is trying to actually have a child with another species because of the danger and the risk and etc. involved. Which means if we do keep Spock as part human, then he has even more cultural stigma to fight against than he already did. Same with Sarek, by the way. I don't know what the hell this nonsense is, but I think it's the way forwards. Save, just in case it isn't. Just checking. Well, that was the will of the council. Yudahi. So I got nothing. Sela is how it's pronounced. Sela is how it's spelled, Ross. Oh, we're definitely going to bring adoption more to the forefront. I'm actually strongly considering making B'Elanna adopted, for example. One moment, please. And yes, it does, Dream Whisperer, although I'm not 100% sure how we're going to use Sela just yet. Well, that's not true, but whatever. The cultists, they somehow corrupted the portal. This black slime, what the hell is this? Back at the forge, we stepped in right after Dura and the others, but then this flash of light and something felt so off with the portal, and next we woke up in the grove. Arva and what's left of me. The gateway closed up and sliced my leg clean off. I'm done for. Arva left to search for the key to turn the damned thing back on, and she's been gone for too long now. I can only pray Dura and what's left of the guard have better luck than us. Come on, you bastards. Come get me, so I can send you back to the pits of hell. What? Well, okay, so spoilers, Savacom, but the Klingons formally joined the Federation after the 6th movie, but before TNG. So the relationship to between the Klingons and the Feds is going to be a little bit different. So, I'm not sold on the B'Elanna thing. We can go whatever way with that we want to. I will be freely honest, I haven't thought about it past like 5 seconds, because it just hasn't been relevant. Yeah, we both feel that there's a lot we could play with having the Klingons formally join. Rather than, hello. Where did you come from? Where did you both come from? Where did you all come from? Didn't I kill everyone here already? Jeez, Louise. Rude. Tuvix? The odds of Tuvix existing are almost zero. I cannot imagine a scenario in which we actually have Tuvix in the series. Damn it, you're right, Blade Turtle. I forgot to lock the door. Damn it. Let this be a lesson. Always lock your door before you go plundering the depths of demonic cultists. Or else this will happen to you. I mean, I'm sorry, there's no way Tuvix could happen. First of all, transporters don't work that way. So, already the first problem exists. Second of all, that was nonsense to begin with, even by Star Trek standards. Third of all, something I'm not going to tell you. And fourth of all, it's not like Tuvix doesn't have narrative potential, but there's just too many obstacles in the way of doing that, so... How do transporters work? The simplest and easiest way to explain that is that transporters are portals instead. The way it works is the transporters were brought way down in terms of overall power potential. So, for example, a transporter could hypothetically try to beam someone up. I don't have a stone key yet. Vulcan Funeral Dirge. Hang on, I need to go kill Savacom really quick here. I'll be right back. We are almost assuredly not keeping Thomas Riker. The transport... That's fair. I'm not really fast right now, Savacom. So, transporters can't just beam all willy-nilly. It's extraordinarily difficult for a transporter to lock on to begin with, and even more difficult for a transporter to beam without a destination point. What is most likely to happen if you were to attempt such a thing is that the person being transported would simply end up as a pile of incoherent goop at the destination. As far as trying to beam something up, yeah, she is missing her leg. That's not even on the board. Like, that's not even something you can do. What did this do? This did something. Yeah, it's the Galaxy Quest thing, exactly. So you can try to... If you have a transporter and nothing else, what you have is 1/2 of a portal. Okay. Ah! Auxiliary power. I remember where that was. It's way back here. So you have 1/2 of a portal. Congrats! But sending stuff through is not what I would call substantially likely to actually succeed. And you can't pull stuff back because there's no other end of the portal. Does that make sense? That's an important limitation, because otherwise there effectively is no limitation, and the transporter just becomes this horrifically violent weapon of death. So you can beam down at extreme risk. And by the way, when I say extreme, I mean you have a fraction of a percent of likelihood of getting there in one piece. You can't beam up unless you have another portal. In other words, you have the receiver pad. Transceiver pad, receiver pad, then you beam there and it's just fine. That's how transporters work. As a consequence of this, we're also going to be emphasizing shuttles and ships going into atmosphere a little bit more, since it would kind of make sense that they would do that with that limitation. Yeah, exactly, Yada. Shuttles, excuse me, God, I can't talk. Shuttles are going to actually be useful. You know, Mr. Red is like, would you just shut up about Star Trek and talk about the game? God, Lord. Sorry, Mr. Red. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The Delta Flyer will probably survive for the same reasons it did in this show, although it won't be made by Tom or the Voyager crew. Would a beacon be enough to grab a person? Only with the unsafeness that I mentioned earlier, or maybe not at all. I haven't decided on that. Because here's the thing. Just hang on a second. So I want you to imagine a world in which a Romulan agent has a gun that shoots a little transporter beacon. And they shoot it to someone, and that person gets beamed up into a pile of goop. Now that these hanging Scion's crystals have been destroyed, the nature's grasp will begin to weaken. At least if my conclusion based on what our research here are correct. If so, expect the portal's power source to help expand the corruption with one less obstacle in its wake. However, we'll have to deal with the half-blood first. I understand cultists are in position right before the massive orc tree. As for the goblins, I'll send a handful of crawlers after them. Right after I feed them the fools that failed to slay these pesky green runts. Blocking the way to the northern wing did nothing but delay us. They should have realized you can't trap them in a place sprawling with ventilation shafts. So yeah, the idea is we're probably going to go ahead, I am probably going to go ahead and pull the trigger and just say, no, even a beacon isn't enough to pull from. Just because that is such an overpowered piece of technology, even with that limitation on it. And the biggest problem with transporters is and always has been the fact that they are a ludicrously powerful bit of technology that everyone just kind of agrees to not misuse because no reason given. Remember what I said earlier about the crossbreeding? Well, that's a really common thing in Trek writing in particular, is to introduce a concept and then not actually think about it for longer than 5 seconds. And as I mentioned earlier, I hold myself to a slightly higher standard than that. There's that interaction problem I mentioned earlier. We're going through here. And yeah, no, they totally could, Blade Chaval. The transporters are one of the most terrifying... Yeah, no kidding, Plutonium. The transporters are one of the most terrifying weapons ever existed in Star Trek. Yeah, I guess that's it? I guess it is. Okay. Is there another ambush waiting for me out here this time? Sorry, I didn't mean to start about Star Trek. Please don't kill me, Mr. Red. Don't do it. Okay, fine, you can do it. This is Mr. Red right here. Oh, that's what I think of you, Mr. Red. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot! You killed me, Mr. Red! How could you? I was actually body blocked. And yeah, we're also, as I mentioned several times, we're dragging replicators. In fact, we've actually already dragged replicators down. That was a long, long, long discussion over several weeks to try and figure out exactly how to deal with that. Did we already go down here? Okay, we've already been through there. Let's go. I think auxiliary is on. Let's go double check. So I'm not sure about the carrier concept yet. There's a relatively easy way. Nope, I haven't been in here yet. All right. There's a relatively easy way to make fighters a thing in Star Trek. The question is more, do we want to or not? Is that a thing of benefit? I've heard several people, including Mr. Reloaded himself, say that we probably shouldn't do that, just because that's going to be a little bit Star Wars-y at that point. Or Battlestar Galactic-y. And we've already had the intended as an insult complaint leveled several times saying, oh, so you're just making Battlestar Galactica except with a Star Trek skin. It's like, okay. Insult, but, you know, whatever. I'm not here to judge about how extremely stupid they are. Their extreme stupidity is of no worry to me. No, okay. Boop. I mean, Iconians, Blade Traval. Water synthesizers. So, I don't have all my notes at hand. We came up with a fairly complex... As usual, the proper solution is a complex solution. This way. We came up with this whole idea of replimatter. We'll probably come up with a proper, like, scientific term for it, but the layman's term for it is going to be replimatter. The way it works is that replimatter is constructed and produced en masse by these massive factories, and thanks simply to the physics involved, what's that called? Micro-optimization or whatever, isn't going to happen. And hasn't happened. Like, even by the time of Voyager's time, those giant factories producing replimatter are still huge and very energy inefficient and, you know, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, the whole point is replimatter, once produced, can be dumped into can be dumped into a replicator and turned into essentially whatever. So the limiter there is straight up fuel. You. Well, that's a good question. I have no idea yet. I haven't even thought about it. Obviously, since it's not tomorrow. I enjoy them burning to death way too much. And yes, the Tellarites specifically will be the early Fed members who effectively invent Replimatter. Not evil, but I love watching them burn to death. I love listening to them burn to that too. Here, listen. I mean, they're okay, Mr. Red. They're the worst thing I've ever seen in the history of the universe there. Phew. No, you're fine. The Tellarites are going to be pretty relevant to Enterprise. I'm not sure if they'll be relevant past that, but they're going to be a fairly major species in Enterprise's time. I've drifted way off topic here. I'm sorry, I was answering a question. Hey, look! War. Not really, Ross. I mean, the Andorians are going to be these. So, the way we have it set up at Enterprise's start is there are two superpowers in the home sector. The Andorians and the Vulcans. And the two of them have effectively been in a Cold War for a while. If you're paying attention, this isn't much different from actual Enterprise. We're just going to go into it more. The other races are all kind of rotating around that conflict, including the humans. Admiral's son being kidnapped. I don't even remember what that is off the top of my head. But the demon blood lives, and she is here. She slaughtered our entire force at the plaza, and knowing how competent our worshippers have proven themselves to be so far, I am certain she is making her way towards our goal. And do not let her reach the portal here. Reinforce the main gates. Have a barricade built. Send the strongest Iron Maidens to hold the line. Should they fall, the Half-Blood will meet her end before she reaches the portal. I prepared an ambush. Master Cletus. I do like killing cultists. It's fun. You know, it's relaxing, really, you know. Okay, so we have the key. Why can't I open this door? Oh, for God's sakes. Alright, Mr. Red, I'm back for my revenge. A little more prepared this time. Mr. Red. Ready for you. Hear you. How are you coming? Coming to get me. Oh my god. This is... You remember I mentioned verticality earlier? There's really a weird tendency towards verticality in this game. Listen, don't think too much about it, Andy. That gas is very safe. I got a book. Oh, Book of Earth. Yay, I don't know what that means. It's a quest item, though. That's all that matters. Ooh, whoa. Eat some carrots. Don't mind me. Lovely, lovely carrots. Really? Yeah, go for it, Mr. Red. Okay. Everything's dead, as it should be. Except for this one guy. Okay, now he's dead. Do we do this in this timeline? We did, okay. I didn't realize you were an evil wizard, Narset. Why didn't you tell me? You could have opened the gate of Karash. I was just here. Hi. What kind of lazy-ass wizard needs sapphires to open a gate of Karash? Give me a frickin' break. Yeah, just make a Telvanni tower. The only way to progress is through levitation. Literally. I did that. Hey, I'm over here. Interesting. What does this one do? Seems to melt them. I don't know, DeQuack. That's not really my decision. I don't know if you know this, DeQuack, but I don't choose what I play. My viewers choose. There's this whole process, this whole system, yada yada yada, the list. Yeah, it's this thing called a website. And that's what happens to people who don't know I have a website. Don't be like those people. What's the name of this stage, Mr. Red? Other than the Mr. Red stage. Oh yeah, and how many stages are in the vanilla game? Damn inventors. Into the acid pit. That's true, Blade Turball. Something I have technically done, finally. For the first time at the end of last year. mean, any run tends to include everything that is included in the run, so by default the answer is yes. I'll admit I didn't know Hollow Knight had DLC, but I am aware of the lore. I haven't done Adventures. I haven't been subbed to WoW since like last July or something like that. Mega Man 7 and Mega Man 11 later on. Okay, I can do this. I can use the brain smarts that I have in my brain. Okay. It's clearly something very obvious. Very... Yep. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna use the brains. What happened? So much brain usage, you don't even know. What? I was just literally mashing E randomly. This is what I mean by the interactable thing. I'm sorry, what indicates that I can interact with that thing versus everything else? Unless just run into the wall and mash E is actually the intent, in which case, never mind. Yes, they did, and who knows is the answer, Venters. Also, that's contradictory in itself. The very idea that the jailer was going for something like that is actually a retcon, which is impressive, considering, you know, they're doing it within the expansion which he was introduced in, but that is a fact, nevertheless. Quit it! Quit it! You know what? Sure, Mr. Red. I'm not even gonna argue it. Already given the negative. Probably be more than one negative later. We'll just call it walkthritis and move along. We've dealt with the last intruder. She managed to get all the way up to the second floor, but couldn't get past the root gate. Still, neither can we. We've tried everything, but the roots simply regenerate faster than we can damage them. We know they're using the tablets to recite a spell that grants them passage. The woman guarding the library must have hidden the tablet before we got here. Whatever lies on the floor above it must be valuable to them. Perhaps it's the very key to the portal controls. Nobody else found it, right? I mean, we need to find that darn tablet, and I need 8. The greenskin couldn't have had much time to hide it after hearing us warp and commence the attack, so I assume it's on this floor somewhere. I've had the cultists search the place, but to no avail. I need you to send more thralls so we can cover more ground. Imagine how pleased the Mistress Nilthrail will be to hear that we've gotten the portal running. Trust me, the tablet must be here. Wink, wink. Yeah, it's interesting. What didn't you like about Torghast, if you don't mind my asking? This has been kind of an ongoing discussion, especially over on the FF14 stream. I want to ask about the Maw. It's easy to understand why someone wouldn't like the Maw. By the way, I liked the Maw. Alright, let's see if we can find the tablet. We're going to use our brain smarts, which we've already proven do not exist. Hidden tablet. Hidden mega secret. Super amazing tablet. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're gonna find it. It's gonna be so good. Maybe that one on the floor. It wasn't that one on the floor. Something happened. What? There. Jesus, that was way harder to do than it should be. You want me to put the rat in the cauldron? Okay. I didn't do it. Come here, rat. You're mine now. That's a good question. I don't know. Is there a practical application to catching these things? Looking at me like, what? I'm getting hungry just looking at him. So hungry. Oh, I can't hold on to it forever. Whatever. Alright, I give up. See that coming. Okay. That's one of the first times I've died to the door opening the wrong way, but, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Did you see that? The door shoved me out, you know, into the line of fire. It's just like, okay. It was death. Nothing for me but death. Would you stop it? Help it out. Incredible power to that's it actually. might be here in a minute. I think we got him. Good question, DJT. I don't know. Zan glanced back at the pile of dead cultists littering the portal cave. If it wasn't for her shielding amulet absorbing the energy surge, her body may well have been among theirs. There you go. She could only hope the strange dark mass surrounding the portal would cease to grow now. The cultist may have thrown in all they had, but nothing could stop her now. Taking a deep breath, she walked into the waygate, an eerie force snatching her entire body into a twisted spiral, dragging her across known space. Suddenly a red light flashed through the noisy wormhole. The half-orc winced and gasped, but before she could even wonder how the cultist corruption might have affected the portal, she was blinded by a pulsating white glow. Much to her despair, the waygate spit her back into the grove. She reaches around, but all her gear seems to have vanished. Oh, great. That's wondrous. And, aw, the music stopped. Oh. Well, oh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're, okay. So we're about 2 months ago, is what that journal entry just mentioned. Wait, what? Although there's still nobody here. It's a little weird. I don't have a map. I would actually agree with that, Dream Whisperer. Just really vary it up, you know? I give myself to the water. Listen, this could never be an illusion. There's no such thing as illusion magic in a setting where magic exists. I had a strange tremor today. The ground shook for a while, and I swear I've heard a quaint tune going along with it. Almost like steam hissing down below. Chilled me to the bone. We've also heard the rubble collapsing. Guess we'll have to look into it and reinforce the weaker caves. After only a month, and only a month after our army set off. I know I'm worrying too much, but I hate this coincidence. Hey, Luco. I give myself to the television. To no avail, apparently. Thanks. is the ground, doing that? I mean, I've been eating the mushrooms this whole game, so, you know. Everything's fine. Nothing is drug trippy. Everything's fine. I've got everything completely under control. I don't know what y'all are worried about. What? Damn it, it's Stanley Parable all over again. Oh no, it's me! I died! Am dead? Now you remember. Such a leap of faith. Well, you know. Is that or die? Kind of like that, actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to actually work. I was just trying things. Whoops. Damn it. Ah, this is interesting. I'm apparently a faithful hound. We'll probably finish it Sunday, Ross. All you have to do is open a simple door. You're a bit taller than I remember. Oh well, let me just head to this door. Make sure we're running. Search for it. There'll be a door I can actually interact with, which is none of these. You have yet to find it. Well, yeah, obviously. Even it means turning this place upside down. Warm. Warmer. There it is. Burning red hot. Yes, 'twas a great battle. Yeah, I should probably save. Save in a minute. But it was treason that ultimately decided the victor. You and the Iron Division have made it deep into enemy territory, carved your way towards Hell's Gates, poised to strike at the very heart of the demons. Little did you know the siege was where it would all come to an end. Maddened with corruption, your own Forge Elementals have turned against you, a sudden and deadly betrayal. They struck down your siege weapons and supplies, as demons grinned from behind dark gates. By the time you repelled the attack, your fate had already been sealed. You could not advance nor retreat. Your only hope was to wait for the supply line to send help, but alas, the transports met the same fate. How'd the elementals turn on us, though? We've always enslaved them so well! Sorry. You held up for a week. Then you began to starve. The demons had you in their claws now. They knew well your supplies would never come. All they did was unleash the Cerebi upon you. Weakened as you were, you fought to the last breath. All your hopes have been shattered, but your fate has yet to be fulfilled. Come, it's time to reveal your purpose. I have a purpose? Damn. I wonder why the orcs have accepted a half-demon like you amongst them. It's an interesting trick. Your blood is the key to defeating the demons. The orcs needed you. But so do I. It's an elf! Damn it! I knew they were behind this! Fucking knife ears. Mithril is her name. She's behind the invasion of your stronghold. Frickin'... Some of your sisters have assumed it was demons who launched the attack, but they were wrong. Much like me, she's from the Nether, a place even demons fear to dare. What your sisters did assume correctly, however, is Mithril received help from within your ranks to launch such a precise attack, just a month after you left town. Who's them all? No idea. But your Lancers, as you call them, have always protected your city from magical attacks. Someone has tampered with the wards from the inside. Your friend Tiati thinks you're involved. She thinks you're a coward who fled battle. Tiati, how could you? Such an example of bravery she is. Oh, yeah, there's like... Nope, she's still on it. She knew about your return long before she let you know it. She was just... unsure. She could have opened some doors for you, help you link up with the rest of the survivors. Instead, she kept you at a distance and left notes behind. You can't trust her. Mithril seeks a powerful artifact held by the Lancers. She has a grand scheme in mind, and as we speak, her cultists are carving their way towards what you call the Crystal Heart. It's here where this artifact lies, hidden by an ancient civilization that went extinct long ago. After all, you didn't imagine the orcs came up with crystal tech all by themselves, did you? What the artifact does is of no importance now. What matters is I need you to stop her. You do want vengeance, don't you? Besides, you owe me your life. Right? I saved your skin, remember? Well, let's see. My options are die or question mark. In most settings, I'd pick death, honestly. Question mark can be a lot of things, but yeah, okay. Boop. I guess. Of course you don't. You hit your head pretty hard. I dragged you away from battle a mere moment before you would have died. You're welcome. For days you crawled through dark caves, holding on to your final breath. But you couldn't die now. You still have a mission to fulfill. But then the unpredictable happened. Freaking earthquakes, I swear. Now you know how it began, and now you know what you must end. Hurry now. Time to stop and wait! Don't even flinch. Don't even flinch. She was faster than I expected. You have to get out. Find yourself before she finds you. Okay. How do you skip it, by the way? I'm just right out of curiosity. Oh, that's cute. She seems to have trouble seeing you. I wouldn't force my luck, though. And we're dead. Jesus, that's a one-shot. Alright. Before you can blink in this place. Well, that's probably death, so whatever. Run! That's okay, okay. Hey, I'm Lumpy Vermin. What's with all the goop? God. That's it. You're almost down. No. Sorry, what she actually says is, what the? Zan? Zan! Back to the last boss music. Oh, God. Okay. Give me my axe. I would say at least one person in chat better recognize this song. We're very dead. Hang on. Let's try it again. Yeah, Myriad from Fall 3. It is the final boss fight song. It's actually a mix of it, because of course it is. Easiest way to defeat copy wrong is to mix. Wasn't ready for that. Like I'm barely damaging her, by the way. In fact, I'm literally doing 1 damage per swing. Way too much spread fire right in the face. She just chain cast it too. Damn it! That's on me. Oh no, I'm feeling much worse. Oh, I feel terrible. No, I just have the, I don't have the flu, or if I have the flu, I don't know. But I have the Thursday sickness. I have the I hang out with my nieces every week sickness. Yeah, it's actually pretty normal for me at this point in my life. Kind of the price I pay for that. How do you spell her name? Nithriel, I think. A loud shriek pierced and echoed through the abyss as Nithriel conjured all her powers to preserve her life. A bright flash of light briefly blinded the horned warrior, and she could do little but stand and watch the elven warlock ascend towards the starry nether. The battle was over, but it somehow felt like it not even truly began, because we're only halfway through the game. As the hellish sky faded into serenity, a dark portal emerged from the ground. Zan couldn't help but wonder if any of that was actually real. Nah. Just all the LCD. As soon as she entered the portal, a sudden shock woke her. Tongues of crisp wind whistled through the trees, spreading scents of pine. Where was she now? The mountainscapes around here looked chillingly familiar. She was outside, farther away than ever from stopping Nithriel. With a tired sigh, she grasps her gun and steps forward, nervously wondering what happened to Abahaoth, and if she'll turn up to point the way before the heart is lost. Ugh, the surface. I hate the surface. I give up on... Oh. Jump to my death. Damn it. I literally can't. There's an invisible wall. No! Oh yeah, one detection and you're dead, but something that only took me a few seconds to figure out through just a mild amount of trial and error is that their view radius is extremely small. Once I realized that, the rest of it just locked into place effortlessly. I shouldn't say it effortlessly. What I mean is smoothly. Smoothly locked into place. Like, it wasn't easy. It was just, oh, this is what's expected of me. I can do that. Really? Well, if you prefer, I could say I hated it, but I don't think you want that. What is this? No, this. Ah, stone skin. Oh, look, it's nighttime. See? Starry sky. And now we're back in the caves. Well, he's dead. I have a map the last level, so I kind of got used to not having it. Yeah, I know, shut up. Yeah, that was a good pick, Mr. Red. Hmm. Why did they turn on us? What did we ever do to you? Mr. Ed, you know this game. When's the next time an in-game song is going to play? Never mind. Don't the orcs, like, venerate the elemental lords or whatever? That this is Gridania? Which just brings the question up even more. Why did they decide to turn on us? Unless this is like Gridania, in which case, never mind. All questions rescinded if this is just Gridania. Okay. What was I going to look at? Oh, yeah, our gloves. There, you can see our gloves there. They go all the way up to our elbows, so that explains that. I mean, if that's the only explanation, I'll accept it, Mr. Red. I was hoping for a little bit more, but that's okay. That's okay. I accept. Well, the main character is us, MLP Vermin. You saw us a second ago in the mirror. We are half demon, half wolf, all badass. Yeah, I know, right, DGT? It's like, hey, everything's awful, but we've got this. Maybe that is the intent, I don't know. Our two troublemakers have gotten into a fight again. This time they managed to crack one of the windows in the barracks. Crystal glass may stand up to its reputation, but we still have to replace it. Make sure you get the right requisition at time the supply caravan arrives. I'll be out to the Dwarven Fortress tomorrow to settle a few important matters. I barely have time to give those rowdy bear warriors their due punishment. Their discipline seems like as shaky as everything else lately. Nevertheless, I'm counting on you to handle things until I return. Oh, and don't forget to patch up the leaking pipes in the inner courtyard, alright? Lancer Dendra. The level we just did, Mr. Red, not counting the boss fight. Were you here for the Titanfall 2 run? Mr. Red, specifically, sorry. I'm actually talking a lot less than usual because my throat. Well, all I'll say, without spoiling, is there's a specific stage in Titanfall 2 where I started enjoying the game. And that's what the stage we just had was for me. Why can I get into this? Do. There we go. Jesus, that was weird. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Red, but either way, I'll use another example. Alright, here we go, MLP. That's us, right there. That's us. See? Not just from a narrative perspective, but it was really clever the way they were using the barracks looping in on itself with slight variations each time as a design conceit. I like that. This way. Oh, we can. Okay. Hey, Attica. Good eye. You just missed the best stage so far. Well, there's nowhere else to go, Mr. Red. I thought the earlier hint about the glass meant we were supposed to break the glass to be able to get out and progress that way, but as you can see, the glass does not want to be broken. Ah. Oh god, I'm stuck. Sorry, I'm muted. Where do they get all these humans? Turning into cultists. Are there just that many humans who are just like... You know, I don't have anything better to do with my Tuesday. Anyone want to worship some demons? They're like, you know... I don't know. I mean... Maybe? Well, I noticed there's a very clear overworld versus underworld kind of a vibe going on. That's cool. I mean, yeah, Bob from accounting, he's just... Every frickin' meeting, he's like, hey, can we give in to the demons? It's like, Bob, no. Nobody wants to give in to the demons but you. Next week, can we give it? No, Bob. God. But they give me spikes. I know they give you spikes, Bob. The rest of us don't like spikes, Bob. I mean, think about it. All of them have the spikes in their backs. They attack by throwing the spikes at you. Think about it. Who do you think really started this call? Really? All this? It's just... feeling of the viscerality so far, by the way? Keeping in mind we probably haven't had all the weapons yet, but we've also been playing for quite a while, so 7 hours actually. Oh no, it's totally the Dark Eldar. Yeah, the sound's decent. I like some of the weapons. And others are okay. Like, what I'm trying to say is right now I would feel 1 positive for viscerality. This gun is honestly probably the worst gun in terms of viscerality in the game, despite how substantially useful it is. This gun is a lot better, as most shotguns tend to be, but also with the flamethrower side of things. This thing's got some good oomph to it. This thing is just hysterical. And that's kind of it at the moment. Oh yeah, nothing negative. No. I can think of FPSs that have negatives to viscerality. Where it's just, you know, it's like clink, clink, clink. Behind me. No. In fact, frankly, several Resident Evil games would qualify as bad viscerality. 4 got away with that because 4 was actually a damn good game. No, I haven't. There's a couple alt fires I haven't tried. Let's try that, shall we? Where are we? Well, you got me killed, Black Malkin. You did it. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. It's definitely nothing I did. And 100% on you. No, okay, let's try something I'm going to try anyways. Ha! Just bounce off her. Damn it. That's an interesting point. We haven't given a plus to music yet. God damn it. I have very low health now. Is there a health thing over here? Nope. Where took it? And not over here then. There have been sections of no music so far, which I admit don't really work for me. I'm not gonna lie about that. But when the music plays, it's been pretty legit. Okay, that was really irritating. Right in my face. Now, phone. I did have 2 vials out. Thank you for reminding me. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah. Okay, very minor complaint. I don't know if this is a thing in Doom. Could someone help me out with this? There's 2 behaviors of the guns, which have actually got me killed a couple of times. I almost died just there to it. So sometimes... so when you run out of a clip, it doesn't reload on click. You have to do an actual reload click. or like a double tap or something. I'm not actually 100% sure what's going on there. The other thing is if you run dry on ammo, it doesn't swap guns. So you just sit there on your one gun forever. See, I didn't think ammo was in Doom, but I don't like to say things without knowing, so I thought I'd just ask instead. I'm not reading that out loud. That's... Okay, hang on. One of the most common magical crystals found in the underground is the bright cyan one. It grows in spiral patterns, and the more formation coils around, the greater its age. It's got interesting properties ranging from producing heat to inner vibration to being able to attract or reject metal. The light and warmth generated by this crystal allow for lush flora to thrive away from sunlight. Its use in our technology will be detailed later on. Yellow crystals are another fairly common sight. They're usually formed in bundles, but unlike cyan ones, they do not seem to possess the same ability to grow in time. Therefore, it is considered they are a finite resource and are regarded as much more valuable. Their main property is the energy which is required to power our machines. The power of these crystals is measured by the intensity of the glow. A bright core is generally suited for powering large installations, but is also more unstable. For this reason, our energy guns, such as the sentry turret or the crylances, employ depleted shards that have much duller glow. Armor amulets are created from the same crystals, but are imbued with magic spells. The process ends up altering the color, but this shall be better detailed in a future chapter. I might have a choker on me? I do, actually. Hang on, what's the... Whoa! B. I can now say that we've tried everyone's alt fire. That's funny. Hey look, here's a chapter that I totally read. Boop. Let's go Claire first. Probably wrong about this, but you know what it feels like? It feels like whoever made this was trying to learn how the tools work. Are you joking me? How the tools work, how the engine works, how the level design and the trigger placement, all that stuff works. And that's the first few levels. Then they figured out how the tool works, how the toolkit works, how the modules work, the plugin, all that kind of stuff. And then they made the level we just did, Errant something. Errant Signal, that was it. Because I noticed that this level is already much better designed in terms of structure and flow than most of the previous ones have been. And that's also normal. Generally speaking, you tend to get better at something the more you practice at it. To use a very banal example, if you watch my World of Lorecraft series, Plug, you'll notice that the earlier episodes set in the Burning Crusade are noticeably and substantially worse than the ones in Wrath, which are worse than the ones in Kata. As I say. Here's the real question. For those of you in chat who have not played this game, do you think the demons are just pawns of the elves? About what, Platonia? Or is it just a general? Like, hey, what's up, I'm here. It's been 6 days since the witch Lith came here with a ward deactivation order. Can't help but wonder what they're doing. The order was indeed signed by the chieftain Zura and had the council's approval seal, but she refused to give out any information about the rituals being performed. Clearly that's something strong, since we need to lower the ward so it doesn't tamper with their magic. Indra didn't seem to care much. I believe she's going through a hard time keeping the base together now that she's set off to the Dwarven Fortress. I'm just being too judgmental about the witches. After all, nothing bad has happened so far. The deactivation order expires tomorrow, so I have to turn the crystal ward on by myself. And I'll have some time to help the Reapers find out who stole Dendra's bag. Shadow Person was the evil all along, and will be the final boss of the second episode. Not this one. Why? I'm sorry, what's Doom Sigil 2? That's news to me. Everything? That's everything, okay. No. She's us from the future, DJT. She always was us. Interesting. I wonder how that's going to turn out. Because I've seen some of the really mean map packs that have been put out about Doom over the years, and they're really mean. I've only ever perceived them through speedrunners, because holy crap. Good, you found the second note. Piecing these together will reveal the... yes, I definitely found the second note of 2 that I saw an earlier note earlier. You know, it's... Speaking of which, Luca, you asked me a couple of questions. Let's see if I can catch up on those. I think you did. If I can find my thing. Here we go. Let's see. Ontario, Luca. Ah! What's your favorite game theory? Damn it. Damn it. Well, that was all for nothing. It was all for nothing. Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the eyes! Okay, it was worth it. Favorite game theory. No, it's not a stupid question, Luke. I'm trying to think of an answer because I usually don't go for game theories. As weird as that may sound. This is, okay, so this is like a hell run, so we're just gonna nope our way through all of this nonsense. Hell. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna default. I can't think of any that I like, Luke. I'm sorry. That's bad. Run, run, run. Hi. Yeah, we're dead. Yep, I give up. I can't think of any. That one theory that you like. That's the one I really like. And I thought there was another one. Nope, there's no one else. How do you like your hash browns? Crispy. Extra crispy, usually. But not too crispy, because that's just terrible. Me. Press all buttons. I'm busy, Mr. Red. God. Right, but not the left. That's even more confusing. Press all the buttons anyways. My one true friend. You came back for me! We're at kitten's blood level of health right now. I see, the problem is my answer to that, Valerian, would be management. But I know that's not one thing, that's more like 50 things. 500. So... No. I could give you a real answer. Give me a minute. Think about this. Because, like, one of the things that tends to bother me... There's two big things that tend to bother me the most. One is how that's an elf. The other is how... It's being shot at. Oh, I see what's happening. One is the fact that they tend to, you know, learn the wrong lesson, or throw out the baby with the bathwater, however you want to properly phrase that, right? Just noping your way completely out of the situation. Oh, well, we tried that and it didn't work, therefore we're going to give up forever. The other thing, yeah, no kidding, Luca. The other thing would probably be, how do I phrase this? A really common trend amongst an inordinate amount of video game designers is when they self-sabotage their own games, and then the game doesn't sell well, so they self-sabotage it even more. This is actually true for a lot of things, not just video games, obviously. I'll just go back to TOS Season 3 as a perfect example of this. Good job, TOS Season 2 is doing well. Pat on the back all around. Alright, we're going to need you to do Season 3 on an even smaller budget than you were last time. What? This is extraordinarily common in game development specifically. It is really, really common that, no, you can't have more money. No, we can't change the release date. No, we're not going to allow you to... What the hell is that nonsense? No, we're not going to allow you to change some of our ridiculous and pedantic requirements. Oh, and if you want more budget, sucks to be you. Oh, it didn't sell well. Well, we're going to pull the plug on that franchise because it didn't sell well. I received word from our cultists tasked with taking over the Dwarven fortress. The tech is either still going or they perished in the snow before they could get to draw steel. Mistress Nithriel has specifically ordered to keep this base sealed off to any visitors, as it is critical for our ability to teleport reinforcements in. I have blocked the switch for the mountain gate with a magical seal. Nobody is to tamper with it. That's true, Luco. That doesn't make it better, but that is true. I'll acquiesce to the reality. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. I was to say, I bet almost everyone here can name at least one video game franchise that has had self-sabotage in its construction, and then the plug was pulled as a result. It's not that hard. It happens all the freaking time. I bet I know exactly where this goes. Yep. Where we came in. I suppose if I was to summarize my thoughts on that, I would say, and I know this is a little polemic, but whatever. I'm sick. That's my excuse. I'm sick. I can say whatever I want to. Sequel trilogy sucks. It's okay. I'm sick. So... I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of things can be tied back to is the idea that making money is more important than anything else. Priority list. I've talked about that before. Priority list. You want to make money? Fine. That's cool. That makes sense. Bills to pay, you know. Maybe you want to get a few things. Maybe you want to make more money than you do. Improve your livelihood. That's a logical outcome, right? But, if that's the most important thing in your life, or your job, then you tend to think that other things can take a back seat to it. And that leads to crap. Yeah, money's cool. Really, like, even in the extant, the Empire uses currency. But, you know? A lot of people. Listen, Mr. Red. This is the best gun in the game, and I will brook no argument on this matter. Until we find the BFG later, that'll be cool. I am curious if there's any other weapons. I suppose we'll find out as we go. Missing everything today. There we go. And we're dead. I didn't even see what killed me. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right, DJT. If I was to... So, okay. I actually have a very complicated opinion on the sequel trilogy. Because, of course, I knew it's me. But if I was to try and summarize my opinion on the sequel trilogy, it would be, they had no idea what they were doing, and it shows. I don't mean incompetence, I mean lack of planning, lack of forethought, lack of direction. Jesus Christ, this dog. I apparently cannot shoot a dog. This is just, I accept, just kill him, Wasted way too much ammo on that one dog. Holy shkamoli. Oh, probably, Mr. Red. I mean, if nothing else, J.J. Abrams, who I have no problem mocking in various ways, is nevertheless a huge Star Wars geek, so I can always give him that, at least. If only he knew how to plan things out a little bit. And you notice how, by the way, Emperor Valerian, my answer continues to actually be management. Sorry, Act. Remind me what your question was. I'm sorry. I'm not saying I need to take over the world or anything, Valerian. You lived through that. Favorite tutorialization in a video game is Super Mario World. I don't even have to think about that because we've already reviewed it. For the current system, even. Super Mario World is honestly probably one of the best tutorialized games ever. Just in gaming. Make him the next one. Yes. What you're thinking, but you're wrong. No, I'm not. Just this once, I am just straight up correct about this. For more evidence, see the review of Super Mario World from a few months ago. That. Well, hang on. Let me go look at the question bot here, because I've got a lot of questions in the queue right now. Let's see here. DJT asked an unrelated question. Do you like werewolves or vampires? Both or neither? I'm ambivalent. How long do you think the Swarm could hold out a portal from hell if one were open on their planets from the Doom universe? Not only do I think the Swarm could hold out infinitely, I think they would counter-invade and crush the demons like bugs. Ect, here's your question, says, do you think music in lean... Do you... Apparently turning into Simlish here. Do you usually think of music in-game lean more towards a part of the story axis or gameplay axis, or does it depend on the game? Actually, it depends on the specifics. So, let's just say a game has good music. Plus to gameplay. It is a vehicle and function of the game we're enjoying. Mega Man music tends to be plus to gameplay, to use a direct example. And that's kind of the generic response. But if there's a song or usage of music that really accents a scene, or an area, or a tone, or anything like that, that would be under story. So it is, for example, within possibility that a single individual given video game could actually get 6 pluses to music, 3 for, you know, gameplay, and 3 for story, depending on how it is utilized. So for something like this, I'm pretty sure this game would get it for gameplay. God, my throat is really starting to die on me. I might have to cut off early today. That's a good question, Ross. Hang on, let me empty out the queue a little bit here. Let's empty out the question queue. Savicom had a question, but I missed that, and she's not here anymore. No. I don't think any of those people are here. Loke isn't here. Tario isn't here. Barrett isn't here. Gabriel isn't here. Oh, no, Oh, Savicom's here. She asks, which of your Pixar ruminations was your favorite to do? So, I'm going to give you 2 answers, as I am often like to do. Option number 1, Toy Story 1. Going into the behind-the-scenes of how Pixar became a company was actually really fascinating to go through and interesting. I don't know, it was fascinating to research the whole thing. Option 2 is every Pixar movie I'd never seen before, which is actually several of them. I've never seen Finding Dory, for example, or The Good Dinosaur. And yeah, you can see why I picked just that generic. If I had to pick one specifically, I'd probably go with Soul, actually. Because I hadn't seen Soul until I did the room on it. Aurorix says, what's the golden number? That's a very good question. I don't know how to check my key items. Mr. Red, how do I check my key items so I can answer, so I can figure out what I have right now? And then I'll answer Aurorix's question. I have to go back? But I just... Okay. Not gonna question it. Mr. Red knows all and sees all. Scion of the Emperor wants to put Dune on the list. And I've already been following that game, so I don't even have to check that one. Dune Spice Wars. You got it. And thank you for being a part of my show. Scion of the Emperor. Even when I'm sick and tired. The golden number is the... That's the wrong way. Is the final step of a lengthy calculation designed to try and give a score to something. So, you know how most people are like 3 out of 5, or 8 out of 10, or 15 out of 137, or whatever. The golden number is my equivalent of that. It is a way to mathematically quantify through a multitude of separate and distinct formulas, so it would be this way now, the overall score of a game, taking into account how well it does on story, how well it does on gameplay, how well the two vary, how long the game is, its general density, its positivity ratio, etc., etc., etc. It is a way to try and give a final number. So the golden number is, this is what I think of this game. It's actually been the goal of mine behind the review series since I started the review series, is to have that final methodology of saying, this is what I think here. Since just doing, you know, shovel. Since just doing something like, you know, tallying up the pluses and the minuses, and then giving a net total, isn't really going to give a very feasible result in multiple circumstances. Well, I got the shovel. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what to do with the shovel. Okay. Have I watched Prince of Egypt? No. I will freely admit I generally don't like DreamWorks films. Especially because of some of the behind-the-scenes crap. But even ignoring that, I tend to not like DreamWorks films. There are only a few exceptions to that. I don't see a question from Zach. Hang on, let's pause the game. Oh, there it is. Would this be a positive or a negative? Whoa! Getting me killed. Probably a positive. Having Tony and the Hulk fight? That is neither a positive nor a negative, because I have no information with which to judge it. It would depend. As I say, there's enemies here, so the game probably wants me to go this way. Whoa there, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I thought that was like glass or something. It would not have occurred to me to shovel that. Well, I'm afraid we're gonna have to kill you now, DJT. Well, that sounds pretty stupid, Zach Taft, but, I don't know. If the fight's really cool, that would probably be a negative for how stupid the premise is, and a positive for how cool the fight is. That as a rather firm believer in the Clone Wars show as being overall a net positive. Whoop. Well, there's the crystal key. Now we just need the earth key. We got this. Seems like I can hardly have any silence around the base this week. Just as I was about to set off the Dwarven Fortress to negotiate for the trades, I have to deal with Erdra stirring another fight, this time with Grieva. I managed to crack out one of the windows inside the barracks, but as I went to lay discipline, I discovered something more worrying. A note. In between a shutter and an iron panel, a note written in human language. Upon reading it, my expectation has been confirmed. My expectations have been confirmed. My bag has been stolen. I've already tasked the Reavers to go search around for other such notes and devise a plan of ambush to root these rats out. I have a really bad feeling about this. I know I should see this matter myself and try to find out where my bag has been hidden, but dwarves are keen on punctuality, so I'll have to leave now. Expectations, Scion? turrets. That's true heresy, DJT. That's pure insanity right there. I was just sitting there thinking, why did I do that? What's the goal here? Good turret. You get hugs and scritches. Yeah, I noticed the one portal pentagram thing went away. And that one too, now that I'm looking at it. I don't even remember what Franbo is, so no. I'm really curious. Halo Wars 2, I just hope it's better than Halo Wars 1, which had severe issues. And Soma, I don't remember which one that is. A broad grin shaped up the warrior's face as the ward's mechanisms came alive. The ground began to rumble, a gleaming white crystal emerging from underneath. Unholy pentagrams began to fizzle and blow up. The few lucky cultists who had managed to teleport through in time were swiftly butchered by the half-orc. The rest who warped in as the ward unleashed itself simply died before they could even finish their interdimensional journey. Striking this lethal blow to the invaders' logistics would definitely change the tides of the assault. Zan couldn't help but wonder if Abhaelth was involved with her waking up so close to where this foul invasion seems to have begun. Nonetheless, she was nowhere to be seen now, and there was little time to be wasted. She marched on upwards, knowing of a dwarven fortress atop the mountain that was allied with the Iron Division. These stout warriors would surely aid her to retake Valk. Half a day later, a thick, heavy mist and the cold breath of snow greet her. She is getting close to the dwarf fortress. Oh god. So what was the name of the dungeon? Sorry, level we just did? Parapet. 15 negative to parapet. No, I'm joking. Give me a second. No, I know. It's just, I know what Soma is. I just don't remember which Soma is. I get Soma and like 2 other horror games really confused because they all are identical in my brain because I'm an idiot. So, my fellow dwarves, I'm bringing a gift. A gift to kill the demons with. Interesting. Oh god, ice physics. Ice physics. Ice physics. Will you stay here for a second? But no, I'll be walking into most of those games pretty blind on purpose. So, looking forward to playing some games effectively blind. Well, it looks like the cultists, didn't have, much luck. Tracks. They don't seem known for their brains so far. And they are demon cultists. You figure if anybody's going to be an idiot, it's going to be that group, right? Yeah, Half-Life 1's movement physics are unique. It'll be interesting to review that game someday. So they're corporate, is what you're telling me, Mr. Red. I shouldn't even joke about that. If only there was some way we can make money today and ensure that we don't make money tomorrow. Wait a minute. The journey's been a mess. The road's been nearly entirely swallowed by snow. Many of the ice caves have collapsed. I've even lost my lance in a cave-in. Perhaps I would have lost a lot more if I hadn't shielded myself in time. It feels unnatural for the ground to tremble like this, and the dwarves wouldn't normally slack with tending to the path to their fort. Perhaps Earth Mother Ava can shed some light on what's going on. I didn't find her home, so she must be inside her grove. I'll spend the night here. Prepare an early visit tomorrow, since the dwarves are expecting me by noon. Nah, I still get turbo lost, Mr. Red. As I blithely blunder on. Lugundurously. Okay. Top favorite genres. So how zoomed in do you want me to be, Act? Because there's genres, and then there's subgenres, and then there's sub-subgenres, and it arguably keeps going from there. I am thoroughly impressed by the precision with which the ancients have built their contraptions. It appears that the temple which I'm observing has a trap system meant to keep looters away. It must have been hundreds of years since the last ancient set foot in here, but the trap still works. Luckily, I have studied fire magic long enough to protect myself from the bolts hurled at me. Besides the trap, I'm researching a gate mechanism that's operated by the same cyan crystals we've learned to make use of. Perhaps deciphering the nearby inscriptions will help me to understand more on how the crystals function. I'm certain their magical power is doubled by a sort of intelligent design or force. Thankfully, the ice has preserved a lot of the temple's architecture in good shape. Still, I cannot use my magic to melt it, lest I cause damage. I'll have to break it with whatever tools I have. In that case, event-based, campaign-focused management sims would be one of them. See Frostpunk or Surviving Mars for two examples of that. The next one would probably be Grand Strategy and in general. See Stellaris for an example of that. And the third one would be Precision Platformers. See every Mega Man game. Let's try this just for the heck of it. I did! Oh, just use. Okay, that would not have occurred to me. Obviously, since it didn't. If I had to pick a fourth one, that would probably be turn-based squad-based tactical RPGs, such as XCOM. The fifth one would finally be when RPGs really start to enter into that, but since I have to pick a specific type of RPG, that's actually kind of difficult. I suppose I would go with JRPG, just because there's so many really good JRPGs, but even that actually isn't really specific. So I have no idea. Well, we've got a vine now for the bridge. She's dead. I found Mother Ava laying by her tree, a foul glass in her hand. Her skin was rippled with dark veins and her tongue was violet. The dwarves are not capable of such treachery, and this poison looks too sophisticated for the humans. The least I can do is bury her in the earth so she may rest with her kin at last, but now I'm heading for Valk. Witch Chieftain Zur will have some questions to answer. And if you who did this returns here, you have my word, no hole will hide you from justice. I was actually thinking, Blade Traval, of an FF6 sequel which is a management sim. Which is a rebuilding the world game. Again, event-based, campaign-focused management sim. But yeah, the problem I haven't listed any RPGs is because RPG is such an over-category. Who needs the turret? That it's kind of hard to pick one specific sub-genre of RPG. So that's why I didn't pick RPG. Like, at that point, it's just picking one of my favorite RPGs and saying that one, you know? You know, we got Divinity Original Sin 2, we've got Witcher 3, we've got Dragon Age Origins, we've got Final Fantasy 6, we've got Chrono Trigger. I guess those are probably the greats. What am I doing? Right. That's this way, I think. Nope. I'm wrong. Yeah, even JRPG isn't as descriptive as it could be, as there are many types and styles thereof. Oh yeah, that's safe. That's safe. I mean, you can say that about a lot of games too, Scion. Stop fitzing. No. 9. Does not want to jump on that second thing. Come on. Let's just bump into something here. Really doesn't want to jump. Wow, that's astonishing. Like, okay. Sure. You thought you were safe, but you're actually dead. Good job, turret. Oh, by there's no reinforcements coming. Now die! Die to fire. No! His name was Loaderbot. Missed. How are you not dead? Jesus. Die to acid. You guys aren't wearing shirts in this weather. How are you not frozen? Now, funny part, some of them are frozen. Well, yeah, but Zen has abs, Evo. He just kind of... and then the cold just goes away. Excuse me. Pretend we're playing Counter-Strike for a second here. No, that's the Counter-Strike method. Just... Whoa! That was almost the Hitman method. Yep, no, that was just death. I have no potions before you ask. I already checked. Oh my goodness. Okay. Any health back here? No reason. I'm just curious. Okay. Alright. Go around here? Oh, that's a nice refill. Is that it? Supposed to be it. Do you mind? Can't aim. Can't aim mode engaged. Well, I figured out where to go at least. Whoa! What was that nonsense? I remember you from last time, jackass. Take two. Wow, okay. Hello. That's not cool. Yep, no, that's... Okay, now we're gonna start hitmanning, because this is ridiculous. I don't even know where we're going, so we're just gonna blindly run around and hope for the best. Excuse me. Okay, so there was something in there, but I'm not sure what. Let's see if we can figure that out. Oh, that looks like health. Health is good. If you're reading this, then the orc trader must have fulfilled her task. Your duty is to finish off any of the dwarven survivors that have not been affected by the poison. You'll be easy to tell which ones by the color of the tongue and the skin at the later stage. Once the healthy ones are dead, dump the tainted ones in the dungeon below the fortress and have it locked down. Don't visit or let anyone else do so unless you wish for death. Well, that's all the dwarves dead. Sorry, dwarves. That sucks. Now I'll just go outside and kill a whole bunch of things. No reason. Immediately pop that. But the priests are not the only ones to assist the Dwarven Lord. Among his advisors are the masters of the 4 guilds. The practical knowledges are essential in upholding Dwarven society. The Blacksmith Guild is composed of miners, smiths, and jewel crafters, all able to turn the lifeblood of dry rock into weapons, armaments, and various mechanisms and other mechanical wonders. The Carpenters Guild fosters woodcutters, locksmiths, leatherworkers, and tinkerers, able to shape the forest into a precise tool. Their ballistae and catapults are feared all across the battlefields. The Stonemasons Guild trains master builders and engineers, be it wells, keeps, towers, or bridges. The Singers of Stone are responsible for the backbone of our life and society, as well as our advancement. The Brewers Guild spreads our name across the land with their chefs, healers, and alchemists. It's also known that they dabble in the less honorable art of espionage, but their skill may be needed at times. Dogs are the worst enemy in the game. Oh my god. Yeah, hang on. Let me read this. That's 6. Oh, come on! There we go. And in his search for dry water and cold flame, Brother Bernard hath found himself lost in the pits of hell. The boiling tar and pungent sulph did not bear well with him, but alas, he could not find his way back not. He could find his way back not. He daren't ask for directions from the sneering devils, lest they would trick him even farther. Our brother hath pondered well over how he could elude this rotten place. You're fine, DJT. Thus he hath pulled a string from his satchel, and began to measure hell left and right, hammering stakes into the ground. The lord of the devils, who had been lurking in a puddle aside, Would endure watching the brother Bernard no longer, as the seed of curiosity crawled hastily into his veins. What dost thou do here, fool? Why art thou measuring my fiefdom? Why I'm wishing to build a temple here, would exclaim our crafty brother. Upon hearing his word, the devil's eyes hath grown red with angst. With a sharp whistle he would urge his fellow tricksters to grasp fellow Bernard and throw him out. So he escaped the fiery hell. Okay. That's amusing. That's a lot of enemies. But I saw what I needed to see. Was this before? Found a door I can go through. So I have a destination now, at least. Oh yeah, everything's great. Everything's great. We're all good in the hood. Everything's fine. God damn it. God damn it. can smelt ingots, I think, if I read that correctly. Although it doesn't help me at the moment. Oh, I don't know. 3 months ago, something like that, Luca? Well, when I first tried sushi, all I knew was that it was raw fish. And then I died. That was it. But I've always been one of those try something at least once kind of people. That's true now. It was especially true when I was a kid. Mom introduced me to it. She's like, hey, try this out. And I was like, okay. And we just sat down at a place and basically ordered one of everything. The chef was really nice and didn't charge us for what they probably should have to do that. So we just got to try out a whole bunch of different types of sushi. Go figure. It's funny because we did go back, Ross. This is a place in Northern California. I was actually already in 7th grade, I want to say, at that point. I do not want to know what went into the crafting of that cake, Mr. Red, to produce such a resultant. Well, sour cream? If you pay attention, there is music playing here, DJT, but I'm kind of with you on this. I was fine with the music for this area until we got to the fortress filled with enemies. It suited the kind of somber tone of, you know, the empty, nobody's there, exploring the frozen wastes kind of a thing. We have 2 health right now. We have 22 health now. Not even sure when I picked those up. We didn't have any potions earlier. I ordered them somewhere in here. No, it's okay, Mr. Ed. I never would find it on my own. Well. I think I'm functionally incapable. Oh, bullcrap! Incapable of finding secrets on my own in these games. I didn't find any in Iron Fury either, if you remember. Or Doom 64. So what you're saying, Evo, is you hate raw fish. Now, if you want to hate cooked fish, that's whatever. But if you hate raw fish, afraid there's going to be a purge coming. I used to like cooked fish. And then that happened. Although, I need to try cooked fish after the nose surgery. I still haven't. I haven't been brave enough to. I'll do it someday. I'll do it someday. I saw the brewers hauling some new furniture on their tower year day. I walked up to Tori and asked him what the hells they were doing with all that orcish junk. He shrugged and told me it's stylish. More stylish than what we make. Next time he comes around and asks for new kegs, make sure to point to him that bleeding elevator below and tell him to ask the orcs for help. Sure, they can craft us some stylish ale kegs, too. Dwarves. Oh, you son of a submariner. Yeah, you get to burn to death. Where that? Okay. Yeah, we're dead. Where's the frickin'... Yeah. 12 health. Excuse me, 12 armor, 8 health. We got this. I guess it's in here. Just in case. You know, I think we've actually... I think we've actually cleared the courtyard. I wasn't ever intending to, it just kind of ended up being that way. I mean, cooked sushi could be quite good. I think we're on hedonistic. I don't know how to check. We can't check. I'm pretty sure we're on hedonistic. I'm pretty sure I picked the one you suggested. Okay. We've accomplished a thing. I'm not sure what or why, but it be accomplished. My God. Now we're gonna finish out the courtyard. All... 1, 2 people. Okay, now we've cleared it. Everything's nice and clear. Oh, hey, an axe key. That's up. Alright, who's moaning? Who's moaning? Identify yourself. Axe key. What? Oh my God, people! I haven't seen people in so long. I thought they didn't exist anymore. We have some poisoned food here. Yeah. What? Okay. We'll come back to that. Or we'll go into it right now. Oh God. Okay. Commit to the darkness. Commit to the nightmarish hell that is our future. There is no future anymore. Just the eternal withered sorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna reload. Hungry, Mr. Red. Keep that metabolism up. Okay, so we're not gonna fall into the hell pit. Rob the bank. Very important. I'd like to make a withdrawal on your life. So, we're actually here to help you, so never mind that. Closed until the Iron Division campaign ends. Really? This is it, isn't it? I have to go down to the hell pit, don't I? I do. Alright, whatever. Let's go down to the hell pit, I guess. Okay. This is over here. This is over here. Some shards. It's cool. Yeah, really lovely stuff. I'm glad that this exists. This is my happy face. is the one you're seeing right now. Did that used to be a dwarf? No, did that pop out of a dwarf? Hey, yeah, I think that popped out of a dwarf. Or used to be a dwarf. They're both options. Yeah, that's what it is. Do you want me to shoot you? Asking for a friend. Okay. Well. Oh, right. No, I actually agree. This is definitely going to be a story positive stage, but I'm thinking 37 negatives to gameplay. But the fact that that eel thing just popped out of that dude, that just... Or is that dude? Like I said, there's some wiggle room there. No more moaning. Moaning is verboten. When I take over the world, no more moaning. Really, Scion? Wow. You know, if the Skaven were less horrifically evil, I'd like playing as them a lot more. I mean, I like playing them as anyways, but, you know, they're a little horrifically evil. I know. It's Warhammer. Everything's horrifically evil. Egg of Dragon Brew. What was that a quest item? Oh, whatever. We got it. Whatever it is. The other way. To nothing. Okay. Let's check something before we go back down. Yep, nope. Down we go. Warpstone nukes? Actually, that would make sense. You're welcome? That hit the spot. I can feel it purging my veins. Thought she could do all Andric in, did she? I've drunk far worse than her poison, though nothing ever made me see horned blue demons in orcish garb wandering about. Hey! Take that back. That's just one of your witching sisters. Calls herself Lith. She came by a few days ago. Snake must have slipped something in her well. Yeah, I noticed. Almost everyone here was complaining about stomach cramps by the end of the day. I saw them last, screaming in pain, dark veins shifting under their skin. And one of their lancers showed up the fortress. Oh, she was fuming. And said she was going to burn the traitor alive and rush to the elevator. She couldn't aid us. We tried everything to help the sick ones. Nothing halted the poison. And then the bleeding cultist appeared out of nowhere. Like you do. It was a slaughter. Killed everyone who could hold an axe and threw the sick ones into the well. They would have thrown me in and had the taint claimed me sooner. My blood is slowing it down. They... Listen, lass, you seem an honorable individual. Why don't you take this elevator key and go to the traitorous wench and her lackeys and give them what they're asking for? Okay. I think I can make that happen. Do you want me to shoot you? I would do it myself if I had my strength back. Don't worry about me. Go find the filthy witch. I don't know where the cultist bastards came from, but thanks for slaying them. Yeah, you're welcome. You now own a castle. Stone harden you. Go, lass. No more time to waste. Off with you. Okay, and we've looped. That's the end of the stage, right? Kills 95%. I think the only thing I didn't kill was the stuff on the bridge on the way over here. With a piercing metallic shrill, the lift plummeted into the abyss. It took no longer than seconds for a deafening thud to echo into Valk's deserted caves as the falling mass of iron came to a thundering halt. Groaning in pain, the half-orc warrior cupped her head, ears still ringing with the sound of the violent landing. A few dusty coughs were all that would delay her now. At last she's back into the mountain's bowels, close to the crystal heart, even closer to the betrayer. Illidan? Dude. Plus to story, Illidan's in this game. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Right. Well, unfortunately, it's time to cut off anyways. Actually, it's time to cut off in 15 minutes, but I sincerely doubt I'm going to beat this level in 15 minutes. Let me jot down some notes. No, today should be D&D night. Although I won't be talking much because my throat. I should double check that. Actually, hang on. I checked during lunch, but never know. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Yes, there will be D&D tonight. So let me update the HUD with where we're at right now. Story positives are up to here. Gameplay positives are up to y'all. I don't think the gameplay negatives have changed. Oh, hang on. They have. There we go. And that's where we're at right now. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we will continue our campaign into this game. I will probably not feel better, but hopefully I will feel better. For those of you interested, we will be playing D&D, where I will not be talking much in a little under an hour from now. So, see you around.